on his end. He said he was just going to check, so.
Cool. Yeah, double check, please.
There we go. Now I can hear.
Nice.
Yay.
Solid.
Did you get a haircut?
I did.
Looks good.
Which one?
It's my army cut.
No, I mean which hair.
Sorry, which hair?
Which hair?
Quite a few of them.
I've only got a few, so if I got one cut, it's noticeable.
All the hairs. Snip them all. Some of y'all need to get a haircut. For me, I grew my hair for how long was that? 3 months or so. But
oh, that's nothing. I used to have 14 years of hair.
Oh, you never cut it? You didn't
I never cut it from 1997 to 2011 or 2010. Pardon me.
Wow.
So it was 1996 I started growing it because 97 I had the full long hair.
Holy.
So.
What'd you do with it? Did you donate it or what's going on?
I think we still have it somewhere. I was gonna donate it, but I could never find a place to bring it, and then it just kind of got lost in the shuffle.
Yeah.
So I think it's in a box somewhere.
Just waiting.
Yeah. No. After 14 years, I shaved it. I lost a bet. I said the Canucks are gonna win the Cup in 2010.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and then they lose to Chicago in the first round, of course. So.
That's funny, man.
Yeah. And then, so I lost 14 years of growth that way.
But was it such a bummer, though, for you? You're like, I was growing it for that long.
Well, I think I lost 20 pounds afterwards. But, no, it was like, I missed it, but at the same time, it was like, it was hair. It'd grow back. Unfortunately, it didn't all grow back. And that's a few years later, I went just permanently bald. So it started growing back thin, but it still, I grew it for a couple more years after that. And then I think it was 2014, 2015, where it's like, it's thinning too much. It looks like shit, and I'm like, well, I looked good bald the last time. So, but the interesting thing is the last time I shaved my face, I still had my hair. So I have a picture of me with.
You're cutting out there, Michael.
It's my beard. I only started growing, a few years back. So I actually have a picture of me clean shaven with long hair.
There you
go. From 2011. 2011 was the last time I shaved my beard. So,
did all the ladies swarm?
Oh, I wish.
They just.
I'm still an old fat guy, so
shave the head, all the ladies.
Don't come and play with my beard and then leave.
So Harold.
Yeah. So
I don't know if you remember.
I'll be sitting at the bar and a girl will come up and just want to braid my beard. It's really weird. Like, hey, all right, I don't get to do it myself. That works.
Sorry, Lucas. What was that? How can I help you?
I don't know if you remember last week. I was having a problem opening Substance Painter.
Yep.
So it's kind of embarrassing, but I figured out what was wrong. I thought that first lighting assignment was in Substance Painter and tried to load that into there.
Whoops.
Wait. So what?
The file for the room or whatever. So it was crashing every time. But yeah, so I figured that out, and I got the assignments done. They're not great, but I got them done.
Okay. So it was just a software confusion.
Yeah, I should have noticed the M beside the file, but it's over now.
Okay, so you have it all uploaded and stuff in the drive link you sent me?
Not yet, no, but it will be by the end of class.
Okay, yeah, please have that up.
How do you want the assignment from today handed in? Just like the file, or?
Yeah, so for today's assignment, you guys, regarding the frog, please submit that with some screenshots, just showing off the frog, and also submit your substance file. Yeah, so just some maybe 2 or 3 screenshots of the frog. Choose the best angle, obviously, and you know, don't have it so small, right? Have a pretty big screenshot. Yeah,
I screwed up. I just sent you the frog.
2 or 3, and then the substance file. Yeah, so I don't want the OBJ.
Send that. Okay.
Yeah, so screenshots and then also the substance file.
Okay, I'll get the screenshots here right away. I just
Yes, please. So okay, so last week, you guys, I checked all of your room lighting stuff, and I'm missing half of the class. So only 10 of you submitted.
Holy crap! Really?
Yeah. So it's
Hey Harold, I was actually gonna ask, do you mind like staying like 5-10 minutes after class with me just to kind of go? I'm having a little bit of an issue with my render. I don't know why, but like only my spotlight seems to be working. I've looked up online and just I don't know, nothing's working with the other area lights and stuff.
Sure thing. Yeah, no problem, man. Like we can do it during the break too. You know, wherever we can insert it, probably while everyone is working. We can address that. So Daniel, right? So okay, so I'll try.
Yeah. Okay, awesome. Thanks so much. Cause I'm sorry it's late, but yeah, I just can't figure it out.
No problem. We'll get it solved.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, so I'm missing half, you guys. so if you are having problems with anything regarding that assignment, please let me know. Yeah, so it's missing, right? So I can't really mark it. If you were to look at my eCampus right now and checked your mark, you'll see that you probably have a 0. So it just says there awaiting upload or missing assignment or something like that. And it'll remain that way until I will get something from you. So that's half of you guys. It's just up to you to submit that as soon as possible. So yeah, please submit it. I'd like to mark them.
How many screenshots again for the frog?
2 or 3.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I'm doing a left profile, right profile, like the straight on with a left angle and a right angle, and then I'm doing the back view.
That's fine. Yeah, because really, I just need to see if you did like symmetry and basically you did it. Then I'll open up your substance file as well.
Yeah, actually, I didn't use symmetry at all on mine. I went.
That's fine. Went old school.
Well, I figured it's gonna look more natural if I don't use the symmetry. So.
Yeah.
Personal preference, I'll go with. I was going to do it on the eyes, and then I'd already done one eye and then noticed that I missed it. So I'm like, oh, crap. Yeah, I'm like, well, I could either completely undo it or I just do another eye that's not symmetrical. So
I sent assignment 2. I can send it to eCampus if I'm missing. You did? Let's see.
I had some problems with Teams. It's not letting me on my computer right now.
Oh, I saw Janie's already. Did I oh, what did I do? Did I not give you a mark? Yeah, because I saw yours, Janie. I've seen that already. Maybe I got confused and I put your grade somewhere else or on someone else's. Just 1 second here. I'm gonna take attendance in a couple minutes. Just want to see the note or the grade that I gave there for Janie. Oh yeah, no, I already marked it. You have a mark there, Janie. So. Yeah, you're good with that. So yeah, if you were to go to eCampus and check your marks, you know, if you have a 0, then that means you're missing your assignment, or I haven't seen it, and you gotta upload it. Yeah, Janie, you're good. Okay, so let's take attendance here. It's still so overwhelming with like so many of you. Zachary. No Zachary. Russell.
I'm here.
Not here. Hello. Hello. Davey's Davey here.
Yes.
Sounded like a gong. Lucas is also here. Janie is here as well. Derek. Do we have a Derek? Says he's here. Or was he the one that got food? Oh no, that's Leandro. So say hello, Derek, if you're there. Kimberly.
I'm here.
Hello. Alejandro.
Hello.
Cody.
Good evening.
Hello, good evening. Youngkey. Is Youngkey here? Looks like he's not here. Matthias. I saw his name.
Hello.
There. Mark. Earth to Mark. Here. Okay. Hello, Daniel. Is Daniel here? Daniel L.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hi. Ethan. Hello, Ethan. Earth to Ethan. Typing. Okay. Leandro, is he back? Leandro, are you back from your food mission? Okay. Nick, is Nick here today? Says he's here at the end.
I am here. I was saying that I couldn't get in at 7 because my Teams is acting funny on my computer.
Oh man. Not letting you go in or reinstall? What is it?
It's asking me to sign in, which is unusual. And then I sign in, I do my authenticator, and then I have another account, so it asks me to sign into that one. And then I get the authenticator, then it's like, sorry, you can't access right now, you have to restart, blah. So I'm like, what the?
Oh yeah, that's strange. Hopefully it's not the authenticator, because that would suck. There's a problem there. All right, well, good to have you here, Nick. Joseph.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hello. Mikia.
Hello.
Hi. And Michael is here.
Yep.
Nice. So I'm missing a couple people, aside from Zachary, who is never around. So Derek and Youngkey. All right. So what we're gonna do today, you guys, is we're gonna bridge Substance Painter and Maya. And we're going to do a small asset. Paint a small asset quickly. And then you're going to go ahead and take those changes and put it into Maya. But don't worry, we're going to sort of do it together. And so what I'd like you to do is go to a link and download some assets. Glass 4. All right. So in the chat there, I pasted a link. Go ahead and open that Stein or mug asset. It's actually this Hearthstone mug. Handed my files. Okay, thank you, Russell. So go ahead and download these 3 files. So you got the stain with UVs high, stain with UVs, and the actual Stein itself. So remember when we're generating our mesh maps, we usually will need a high resolution map, high resolution mesh. So that's why there's a high version there. It's a sculpted version of the Stein, and then there's the Stein with UVs. That one is the low resolution, and then you have your Stein reference, which is it's a forever echo, which is what you're going to be using to refer to when you are painting the textures. Okay, so download those couple files and fire up your Maya, whichever Maya you're using. So I'm gonna.
Sorry, I got homework to hand in, but I forgot how to hand it in.
So you gotta upload it in your Google Drive, right?
The link that you sent. Oh, no, then I share it with.
No, the link that you sent. So wait, let me give you a PM right now.
Yeah, I forgot how to get in there. You.
Okay, so there you go. So I gave you the link that you sent me. So open that Google Drive and then upload your files in there and create a subfolder for assignment 2, I guess. So you have assignment 1 there currently. So create an assignment 2 folder, upload your stuff there, and 3 obviously because that's something that you'll need to hand it as well.
Copy that.
Okay, so have your Maya 2022, I guess, if you're using 2022. Anything older is fine. I wouldn't go past 2018, or older than 2018. Anything 2018 and forward should be okay. Certain versions are a bit more stable than others. Some are buggier. But I'm using 2022 just for the purposes of using the latest. But I use 2019, 2019.4 or 6, I think. So I'm gonna be using this just 2022 for this class. So a lot of my tools are not here, so bear with me. So that's also kind of nice because at least you get to see me pulling out the tools and stuff like that if we need it. So first, everybody, I'd like everyone to go here. So go to Windows, Settings, Preferences, and Preferences. Okay, so Windows, Settings, Preferences, Preferences. Why we're doing this is because we're going to set up something called a color space. The reason for the color space is it's actually a deep well, and I don't want to get into it too much because it's really an intermediate to advanced topic. Now, color is very important. It really depends on what you're doing and what you're doing it for. If you care about color and getting the correct color space, like myself, you're gonna need to adjust your colors a certain way. Now, I'm telling you this because first I want you to know from the get-go that you should mind color. There are a lot of different monitors out there. There's a lot of different color configurations. There's different color profiles, they call them. So if you ever used Photoshop, there's different color profiles that you could use. One thing that you and I are very familiar and are used to using though is Adobe RGB. And this Adobe RGB is in everything. So that's in Photoshop. If you're using Instagram, if you're using any social media, anything on the internet, that's all RGB. All right. So Adobe RGB. And this Adobe RGB is quite common and it is default in Maya as well. However, there's another color space that industry professionals use to make colors much more rich and more true. And it's by this color space, which is known as ACES CG, okay? Or Academy Color Encoding System, it stands for. So ACE with an S at the end. So for those who have the film background, you guys are probably aware of this. There is a color space that is widely used, and Sony is the one that started all this color space standard, and it's now integrated in the current Maya, and that's why I'm using it. If you are using an older version of Maya, I don't know exactly when they implemented it latest, but 2022 has it. So if you were to go to your Windows settings, preferences, and preferences in here, we're going to go ahead and set that color profile. And it's very important that we set that color profile. That way you're actually going to be using it for your final projects. You're going to be using it when you're rendering things. You're going to be using it when you're texturing things. You can really look and dive into the ACES color space. You know, for me, like color calibration is very important when I'm, you know, reference monitors are fine, but my main monitor has to be color calibrated. It's got to be true RGB, you know, maximum gamma. And so anyway, I really don't want to dive into it too much, but in your preferences, go to your color management, and it's right here. Okay, so color management. Right there. Okay, so in here, what you're going to do is you're going to go ahead and find your rendering space. Okay, now you should have, I think, scene linear. Okay, you got to switch it to rendering space ACES CG. Okay, and then your display space will be sRGB. This is what you're going to be sort of viewing it as on your viewport there. Okay, so sRGB. Your render space, every time you render, you're going to get a result for ACES CG, which is what you want. Okay. For the view, you could leave it at ACES 1.0, or you could do RAW. Okay, RAW. But since you set your render space to ACES CG, just set these by default. So rendering space, ACES CG, display sRGB. And then view ACES 1.0.
I don't have option for display.
I believe it's just the other. Wait, let me see. Let me fire up my 2019. That means you have an older version.
I only have legacy.
Okay, let's have a look at the 2019. I haven't visited that in a few months.
Quick question. So should we set our monitor to sRGB if we have the mode? Would that make a difference, or?
Not necessarily. Do you have it default? Whatever default you've got.
Sorry.
Do you have your monitor at default?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just changed it to sRGB and then fired the gamma.
What did you have it
better?
What did you have it as before?
Just on the default settings.
Okay. I honestly can't tell since I'm not there. But yeah, if you see a difference, like a vast difference in color saturation, so if your default is basically kind of whitish, which it would be, and then you switch it to sRGB and it's feeling a little better, it's looking a little better, then I would switch it to that one. I would also do something like render something on your monitor and then upload it on like somewhere like email, and then look at it via your phone if the color matches. See if that will do something. But okay. I wouldn't recommend. I don't know if I should recommend because I'm not there, but I would check it if I was you. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. So Windows settings preferences. Let's have it here because I know the 2019 version does not have the OCIO. So do you just have the view transform right here? Who was it? Was saying Nick and someone else? Alejandro, maybe.
I have everything, but it doesn't give me options for display.
Display.
Just gives me, yeah, it's right in between render. I have 22.
Oh, you have 22. What version? Oh, really?
Yeah, 0.2.
Oh, so you only have rendering space, ACCG?
I have rendering space. I got ACCG, and I got display. Yeah. It's only locked on legacy. I don't have the option to do anything else. But then I got view, which I put it on sRGB gamma.
Oh, so your view is sRGB gamma, and then your display is some other thing, which is default. You said, right?
Legacy, yeah.
Just whatever. Legacy. Okay. Interesting. And you're using 22.
Correct.
Let me see. So my resources. Okay, one second. OCIO.
And I don't have quad mesh on my bars like you do. I was gonna ask you about that.
Okay, 1 second. Resources. OCIO. So look for this, you guys. If you can't find the what happened here? So try to look for this. If you have the 2022 version, so C drive, program files, Autodesk, Maya 2022, and then resources, OCIO config. So what you'll do is you'll go ahead and left click on this 2019. Oh yeah, so for 2019. All you got to do for 2019 is you should have. Do you have the rendering space ACCG, Leandro? Yeah. So just go ahead and select the ACCG there, and then your view transform as sRGB gamma. So that should be fine. And then hit save. And so for 2022. Go look for that file path that I sent there in the chat. So C drive, program files, Autodesk Maya 2022, resource, OCIO configs, and then whatever the Maya 2022 default would be. So have that loaded via here. So left click on this folder button to path the OCIO config. So OC would be open color space. IO would be, oh man. Forgot. But it's the open color space. Is it input something? It passes me. But yeah. So did you find that, Nick? Or anybody? I think is it Alejandro or?
Yeah, I think it's open. I'm just looking to default.
Okay, because if the path managed to set like this, then you should be okay, and then just go ahead and hit save. So yeah, again, what you could do is enable color management, and then path to that path that I sent there on the chat. Find find your render space, ACES-CG. Hopefully your display and your view are also available and also can be ACES. And then just hit save. Okay, so give you guys maybe 3 minutes to do that. Just get that all set in order. Like, we all sort of want to be viewing the same thing. That way no one's getting blacks, like no one's getting whites. No one's getting any washed out colors. So yeah, so hit save on that. So same thing with your Maya 2019. I'm using 2019 like as my sort of default one. So yeah, just
what do you know? It worked.
It worked? Very nice, very nice. All right.
Hold on, I just changed my view, so I gotta put display as what?
sRGB.
sRGB, yeah, for display, and then for view.
And then I got ACES 1.0.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No worries. Let me find that link. If you do want to mess up or mess around with the color space. Open color image. Open color image. Color space. So here are some links if you want to go ahead and read some stuff about the color space. If you're really interested in doing that. The last link there that I sent is the GitHub ACES color encoding link where you can download the 1.1 configuration. So when you're hooking up that link here, right, preferences, color management, there's a config.ocio file. That's the file that you go ahead and attach to this path, okay? And make sure you enable color management. So that's if you want to use the ACES 1.1, which is standard right now, actually. So for the industry professionals, all of us are using, well, most of us, I shouldn't say all of us, most of us are using 1.1. Others are using older versions, but still ACES-CG. Now, why ACES-CG apart from the other color spaces? Because ACES-CG has the most color gamma capture. So your reds basically are more red. I believe it's greens are more greens. So certain gammas are richer. Right, so that's why we're using that. And your renders just has this deep contrast that just looks good. So I recommend that. Okay, so in your Maya versions, I want you to go ahead and import the Stein low. So file import, and then let's go to our downloads and Stein with UVs. So this is the low version. So Stein with UVs.obj. Hit open. So you should have an asset like this. Okay, so it's just small. It's pretty small. I'm gonna increase the scale just to see it a little bit better, like 5 or something. You don't have to do that. You can if you like. Scaled it up to 5. And this here has UVs. So if you were to open your UV editor, you're gonna see that this guy has UVs that are arranged particularly to break it up into different materials. So you can see if you were to kind of double click on this, so this is the wooden part. Double click on this island. This is this brace. Okay, so double click on this part. This is the other brace, and then the rest is the body, and then this is the bottom. And one of them is the bottom, one of them is an inside. All right, I don't even know why this is inverted. It shouldn't be inverted.
So are we supposed to download something?
Yeah, so I sent a link there to the chat. And it's the Google Drive for this asset and the high resolution version. Okay, what we're gonna do today, you guys, we're gonna set up a classic indoor lighting backdrop. So let's go ahead and make a cube. Everybody, make a cube. And that cube should be dead center. So make it quite large. Okay, so obviously bigger than your mug. What you're gonna do is you're gonna bring it up. Make sure the bottom will be the bottom of the cube here will be the ground. Okay, so we have it sort of encompassing the stein here, or the mug. I'm going to take these faces and we're going to delete these. Okay, so take these faces, delete them. So now I have just the back end of the back wall of this box and the floor. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to invert the face direction. So currently the inside are these two and the outside are this. I want the inside to be here and then the outside here, okay, or the back face. Just go ahead and invert this. So to invert this, what you want to do is you want to go to modeling tab, make sure modeling tab. You want to go to mesh display and then click reverse. Mesh display reverse. So let's go ahead and reverse that. So now you can see that the opposite side is the other side of the poly, and then we've got this side to be the front faces. Okay, pretty straightforward so far, right? And now what we want to do is we want to bevel this edge here. So we're going to create a nice taper, okay? And if we bevel this and add multiple subdivisions to this, we're going to have a nice roll off from the wall. So let's go ahead and bevel this. So you could do the classic edit mesh bevel, okay? I set this as Control B on my keyboard. You can also hold Shift, hold right click, gesture towards the 3 o'clock, and then you have your bevel edge right there. Okay, so let's go to our bevel edge settings. I'm gonna set the fraction to maybe about 0.2. And then I'm gonna add some segments, maybe 6. Yeah, 6 segments should be good. Okay, and then I'm gonna widen it just a little bit too, so then we have a bit more space on the x-axis. So now I've made a classic sort of product background here that we can start lighting. Okay, so when I'm gonna show you the workflow, we're going from 0 to finish, right? And when you're gonna do some kind of product render, some kind of, you're trying to show off like a weapon or something like that, trying to show off I don't know, whatever asset you've got, make sure you set up the lighting first. Okay, I don't want you doing the lighting last. That's a common mistake. Set up the lighting first, set up your shaders first, set up the Maya scene first, okay? So that when you're going from substance to Maya, it's easier to hook up your shaders, and then also you have your lighting set up already, so you don't have to worry about that part. Okay, so lighting first, okay? Set up your lighting first, have your asset ready, texture it, bring it back into Maya so you can see it. Okay, so we have our backdrop. Make sure you're naming your assets, by the way. So we can call this one backdrop, backdrop geo, and then we can call this one Stein. So that's already named. Okay, so you can even rotate it just a little bit, so I give it a little bit of a, give it a little bit of a personality there. Make it look kind of cool. Okay, so we have our backdrop, we have our Stein. Now let's go ahead and create a camera. I believe all of you guys know how to make a camera, but I'm gonna go ahead and show it anyway. So create cameras. Okay, now there's a few options. You can just use the first option. Camera and aim, not too critical, honestly. We just need to have a camera. So cameras, camera. Okay, so create cameras, camera. Let's go ahead and create that. This name is camera, main camera, like that. All right, so let's go ahead and view through this camera. So go to panels in your viewport menu, panels, perspective, and then main camera. Okay, so let's not get it confused with the other perspective camera. So the perspective camera, that perspective camera is what we're gonna use to kind of like look around the mug and stuff like that. But this main camera, this is the one that we're gonna be using to render. Okay, so we want to see the resolution gate. And so if we have a resolution gate of like 1920 1080 or something like that, then we can see the border and what we're going to be going ahead and looking at, right? So currently I have 960 by 540. You can see it here at the top of my viewport. I kind of want this to be higher resolution. So let's go ahead and set that up now. Go to your render settings right here. So it's the clapper with the gear at the bottom right. Okay, so your settings should be so change this preset to HD 720 or 1080. So whichever your computer can take. Mine can take 1080. All right, so go ahead, use the higher definition if you can. You also want to go to the render settings and check what's going on here. So far we're doing 36 samples for everything. And then 9 samples for camera AA, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so 3 with 2 of everything should be good. Ray def 10 with 1. Okay, so that's all fine. So you just kind of leave that alone for now. Now for this one here, in your render settings, you have a renderable cameras drop down just above the image size. Remember, we're just changing the preset right here. Above that, you have a renderable camera. Go ahead and select main camera. So that's the one that you've gone ahead and created. So we created main camera. We're going to use this one as a renderable camera, main camera. So it's always going to be attempting to render from this particular camera. Yeah, so we're going to go ahead and set that. Also, what I like you to do as well is to disable something called a auto convert to TX. This button right here. And this is in the Arnold Renderer tab. So Arnold settings, Arnold Renderer tab. So we're going from common to Arnold Renderer. And then there is a drop down called textures. Go ahead and expand that. And then I want you to disable this, auto convert textures to TX. Okay, so what TX files are, so for example, you hook up a file that you got from Substance and you try to render it. What happens is Maya will convert it to something else called a TX file. That's not necessarily bad. Don't freak out. Nothing bad's gonna happen. It just took your file, whatever file it may be, PNG, JPEG, TIFF, whatever. It took your file and converted it to a Maya readable file, which is a TX file. Okay, so it just turns your file into a Maya readable file, lighter, easier to read for Maya. So we're gonna disable this, okay? And we don't really want to do that, because if it auto converts it, auto converts it every time you hook up a new map. It's good and bad, but we also want to control it, and I'm gonna show you how to do that today. So we're gonna go ahead and disable that auto convert. Okay, we don't want that. So that's that. Now I'm gonna show you how to convert your files properly later. Go ahead, close that. Okay, so awesome. Everybody with me so far? I hope. We're just gonna go ahead and set our camera so it looks kind of pleasing. I like this. Any questions so far? With regards to everything that we're doing?
For the common tab, it's just render to main cam and 1080, right?
And HD 1080, yeah.
HD 1080, okay.
Yeah, that's it.
What window did I open to get the render settings? I missed that.
So it's this one here. It's the clapper with the gear
on it.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah.
So I just gotta find where that is. There it is.
It's at the top there.
I can't find my main camera.
Yeah, there you go.
You gotta make it. So you gotta make it there, Nick. So to create it, you want to.
You kind of lost me, so I was just like, well.
Yeah, that's all right. So we'll let you catch up. Don't worry about it. So to create the camera, you want to go to Create, Cameras, and then Camera. So after you create your camera, make sure you look through it, and then frame your mug there. Right. So you have a backdrop, you have your camera, and you're looking at this main camera that you made. You're looking through that, and then you're looking at your mug there. All right, so make sure you're now if you want to. There's a couple of ways to look through a camera. So select the camera. You want to go to Panels, Look Through Selected, or Panels, Perspective, and then choose your main camera. So those are the two ways. So select your camera, Panels, Look Through Selected, or Perspective, Main Camera. Okay, so you now have a camera set up in front of your product, and that product is on a backdrop. Okay, now let's go set up some lights. You guys know how to make lights now, so that shouldn't be a problem. So this is probably like the bumpiest part, the beginning. Setting up the color space, setting up the camera, setting up the backdrop, checking your render settings. Okay, so this is the things that you do have to do all the time when you're creating your rig. Now, what's nice about this is after you do this, you guys, you can save this file. So after you save this file, you can always just pull this out every time you are going to be rendering something. So remember, the scale of the asset could vary, right? So all you have to do is change the position of the camera, change the scale of the backdrop, and then, change also maybe the parameters of the lights you're bang on. But you don't have to always recreate that setup. You have a file that's saved already with all your assets properly aligned and everything. And then you just open this file, upload or import your asset in here, and then render it. You're good, right? So if you're in a company, they usually will have something called light rigs. And those light rigs are automatically imported via, a push of a button from like a toolkit or something like that. And so you don't have to make this stuff manually, because somebody in the lighting department, somebody in the rendering department, someone, lead maybe, supervisor, made it. And so all you have to do as, the junior or, modeler would just left click on the button to import a light rig and then view through the camera that they've created, and then you're good to go. There's different kinds of light rigs. I've seen a lot of them, and they amaze me, really. And the creation of it will take some time, but they'll find like an optimum looking light setup to show off the asset to the client. So this is what you're doing essentially. The thing is, you don't have that for your demo reel or anything like that, so you have to make it yourself. And that's kind of the catch, and that's why I'm showing you how to do a basic one. Some of the main things that you have to get and you have to set up before you start texturing. It's very important that you have a light setup before you start texturing. You're gonna end up hearing me say that multiple times today, but I hope I'll be able to drill that in your mind there. Okay, so we have a camera backdrop and asset. So let's go back to our perspective camera. You can see here I have my main camera here, backdrop and Stein. Okay, so I'm now on my perspective camera. Let's set up some lights. So let's create some lights here. Go to Arnold Light, Area Light. Okay, and then we're gonna go ahead and create an area light here. You could do like a product one where it's just coming from the top, beaming down. Okay, you can do a 3/4 one. 3/4 ones are pretty cool. So something like this. Okay, so pretty big, and then maybe pull it out some like that. Just position it so it's aiming towards your subject there. Okay, you can even make it bigger. Okay, cool. So if you go to the attribute editor of this, so we want to see the settings for our lights, right? So currently it's turned off. And we want to turn this light on. So you want to go to your attribute editor. Okay, and then remember, when you go to your attribute editor, you want to increase the exposure. So it's never the intensity, but rather the exposure. Intensity, we always just leave alone at 1. And then it's the exposure that we increase. Okay, so just by default here, we're going to go ahead and set that to maybe 10. See what we can get. All right, so we're going to keep the color neutral as well. We're going to keep it at white. So we have so our colors will be quite true when we're rendering this up. So select our main camera and let's look through it. And let's go ahead and render this guy. So in your Arnold menu, open your Arnold render view right here. So there's 2 render views, just to clarify to everybody. There's 2 render views. There's the Maya render view, and then there's the Arnold render view. You want to use the Arnold render view. So this here is the render view, the regular render view. You want to open the Arnold one by going to Arnold, open Arnold render view, and that should pop up. You know, and you could look at it. Okay, so before we render anything here, let's check here at the top. So just below the menus here, we have some drop downs. So it's a beauty pass. And we got to choose the right camera. So we're choosing the main camera shape. That's our camera that we set up. Okay, everything else looks pretty good. Let's go ahead and hit the display button. And it'll render. Okay, so that looks pretty dim at whatever scale I've got for my, my light. So what we're going to do is we're going to increase the strength of this. So maybe we can dock this here. I'm not sure. Oh, we can. Okay, great. Okay, so let's select our AI area light and let's increase the exposure to about 15. Ooh, that's a bit bright. Let's see, 12. Okay, 12's feeling better. It's a bit dim. 13, 14. Okay, 14's a bit too much. 13.5. Okay, that's good. It seems like it's missing like some kind of top light or something. But so far, like I would accept this. This is pretty clean looking. So what we might have to do is just duplicate this light. It's currently like this. So let's duplicate this light and maybe we can put one at the top. So this here is the, it's canceled the render by hitting escape. So if you want to stop the render, you could hit stop IPR or hit escape on your keyboard while you have this window selected. So let's take the copy of the light and let's kind of bring it on the opposite side, so it's got like a subtle top light. It's got like a fill on the opposite side, like so. And we can tone down the exposure to like 10. So this key light right here, this is my main one. And we're going to name this one key. So this is my key. So my main light is why I'm calling it key. Okay. And then this one at the top here, we can make this a little bit smaller. Actually, we don't have to make this as big. And then we can call this one fill light. So this is like an example of a 2-point lighting system. Nothing fancy at all. It's just a super basic light setup. So we're gonna have 2 lights, one at the front 3/4 left, and then one at the back top 3/4 right. Okay, so let's look through the camera again, and I want to see the render. So let's go ahead and go to panels, look through selected. Okay, so let's render this out. Okay, looking much better. So let's see this without the fill. Okay, so that's with the fill. So I think my fill needs to be a little bit stronger, maybe 12. That's good. So the fill is illuminating the back side a little, because you can see here, I'm gonna turn off the fill. So I'm just selecting the fill there, hitting H to hide the asset temporarily. Top right of the Arnold render view, hit play, and then you see how everything in the back of the mug is black, right? So that fill will allow you to kind of do a little bit more brightening of the background, right? And then bring out some more kind of surface depth to the asset there. So this is it right here. This is the setup that we've got. Okay. And if you have this, or if you want to fine tune some of the settings for the lights, you may do so. So select the key. Maybe we can do it at 13.75 in terms of key light strength. Okay, so it's just a little bit brighter. That looks pretty good. So this is just default settings. Okay, I didn't change any rendering, camera AA sample increase, just all default. So 3 camera AA and then 2 on everything else. You're not necessarily using the other parameters, just the diffuse and spec. Okay, so I didn't assign a shader yet, by the way, to the to our asset here. So let's go ahead and do that. This is a last thing to do. So let's go minimize this. So here we go. So quickest way to assign a shader is, you know, we could do both. So we can assign a shader to the backdrop and also another shader to the mug here. Let's go ahead and assign a shader for the mug. Go to existing materials or favorite material, and then you can choose standard surface. So hold right click while you have your asset selected. Hold right click, go down to assign favorite materials, choose standard surface. Or if you have the AI standard surface set as your favorite, then you can also choose that. So either or should work. Okay, so this is not metallic, and then it's set at default roughness. What you could do is just take this roughness slider. By default, your roughness value is 0.4. You could set that all the way to 1. So then it's basically very rough. Okay. You could even set it to 0.5 if you want. Just have a little bit of specularity. Okay. And then name your shader. Name your shader. Always name your shader. So we're going to call this one Stein SHDR or shader. Make sure you're getting the shading group as well, but not quite mandatory, but make sure you're doing that anyway. So I'm just deleting the history for all these guys. So make sure that the scene is very clean. So assign a shader as well to the background. Do the same thing, basically. Call this one backdrop shader. Okay, and then go ahead and change these rename this shading engine as well. Okay, and then set this roughness value to 1. Right? So let's go ahead and render this out, and then let's see what that looks like. So this here is the current render with just default. And let's go ahead and render the standard surface. Wow, that's bright. When the colors come in here, it won't be as bright. Now, but we're looking at it via aces, right? So, so that's why you can see that it's now much brighter, especially with the material too. Allows you to, if it's too bright for you, you can dim it down. So select your backdrop. You can also see its maximum at value of 0.8. You can set that down to 0.6 or something. If it's too bright, same thing with the Stein there, set to 0.6. That should like dumb down the whites. You should never have perfect whites anyway. There's no such thing. Even when you are rendering something that's at that has, you know, presumably a perfect white, you always dim down that perfect white to blend a little bit better with the background, that the rest of the background that have color. So, you know, never have perfect white. Also, that's true as well with blacks. Never have perfect blacks. Or they call it crush whites or crush blacks. You always want to tone down or tone up or value up the blacks, and then value down the whites. Okay, so you should have something like this, and I'll give you guys maybe another minute or so to get this set up right here. So if you have any questions, let me know. If you're confused about anything, then let me know as well, of course. So make sure you save the scene. Once you're done with this, make sure you save this. Always save using a Maya ASCII. It's good for you. Stein. Okay, so I saved that. And you can go ahead and save it too once you're finished. Because what we're going to do now is we're going to go into our Substance Painter. We're going to take our Substance Painter app there. We're going to go ahead and try to make some mock textures. And we're going to export that from Substance Painter. Export that sort of proxy texture and then bring it in to Maya. So whichever Substance Painter you've got, so fire it up. Hopefully everybody's with me so far. If you are feeling like you're falling behind, you you could always look back at the recording. So let me paste the playlist to you guys. You can watch the live feed and scrub backwards from the live feed and check out some of the stuff that we did just a few moments ago. If you are a bit confused about something, so make sure you can refer to that the playlist if you are confused in any way. Okay, so in Substance Painter, we're going to go ahead and start a new file. And guess what? We're using our Stein low resolution this time. So just like how you've gone ahead and started a new project when we were setting up the frog, we're going to do the exact same thing today. So once you do this a couple times, it's honestly pretty straightforward. Okay, we're using the same template, so you don't have to change the template. This should be the exact same template you're using, which is, if you're using the algorithmic version, that's the PBR metallic roughness. For the Adobe Painter, you're using the ASM metallic roughness. All right. So that should be the first one in the list there. For the Substance Painter algorithmic, it's a little bit inconvenient because you do have to find it, and it's right here. It'll be called PBR dash metallic roughness. You have to make sure it's PBR. Okay. But for the Adobe Painter, it's right at the very top, so it's the first thing you can select. Okay, cool. So let's look for the file, our low-res file. Select, and then you want to find Stein with UVs right here. Adobe, hit OK. Document res at 2K all the time. Okay, 2K all the time. Our normal map format, we're going to change from DirectX to OpenGL. And then we're going to enable this compute tangent space per fragment. That's it. Okay. We're not using UDIMs. So you can disable this. So just for funsies, let's go ahead and disable that. If you are going to be using UDIMs, then yes, we'll need to make sure that's enabled. Yeah, you don't have to turn it off, but you can, since we are not really using UDIMs. So you can just disable that, and that's it. Hit OK. All right, so now you should have something like this. So just like how we set up our light setup there in Maya, we're set up our lighting here too, somewhat. Let me see if we have a color profile. Alexa, Viper, Gamma 1. Disable that. So we're going to change our environment map to something neutral. So remember, we're always wanting a black and white setup. So let's try Studio 5. Okay, Studio 5 seems pretty good. You can enable shadows if you like, but not really necessary. You can bring back some environment opacity, so you have some type of background or something at the back if that suits you. You can also change your camera angle, so from 50mm to something wider, you can go 35, or no, sorry, millimeter would be 35. So you want to change your focal length to 35mm. If you want something flatter, you want to increase this focal length to something longer, like 85mm. Wider would be 35mm. Okay, so it's just up to you. But to me, that's fine. All of this is fine. You just
Sorry, Harry, I can't find the setting for display settings.
Display settings? Oh, we're just changing our environment map from the panorama to one of these black and white studio lights. So we want to try to mimic the studio cold studio light setup that we've got going on in Maya. Just kind of replicate that here. Try to. Okay, cool. So that's what we got, really. And then the rest are just pluses if you want to mess around with shadows or changing your camera length, all that stuff.
I was just saying I can't access that, Harold. I don't know where that is.
So display settings. So it's docked here on the right-hand side if you see this TV kind of icon. Or if you can't access that, then you want to go to Windows. Oh, no, sorry. Yeah, Windows, Views, Windows Menu, Views, Display Settings. Yeah. There you go. Cool, cool. Right, so if you're to look at our render, so that hopefully that's neutral enough compared to what we've got here in Maya. Sorry, in Substance. Okay, let's go ahead and create some kind of dummy fill layer. All right, so that's just for us to export. And then I'm going to show you guys how to export something from here. So before we go on break, I should be able to show you how to export. And also, maybe we're going to hook it up. In your layer stack, delete the layer 1. You don't need that. And then let's go ahead and create a fill layer. Okay, and then we'll just call this one a base or something. Okay. And in here, we're going to go ahead and disable our height and normal. We don't need those. Okay. Not yet. And we're going to go ahead and just change the color to something like orange, like an orangey color like that.
Sorry, I think I messed up my settings. Is it UV tile workflow on or off?
Off.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah. Either way though, it shouldn't be a problem. So, all right. So yeah. So I just made a fill layer. That has a non-metallic background, non-metallic parameter, and it's, I guess, let's try to make it rough, like 0.8 or something. Okay, now I have to make this more saturated. Bring this up a little bit, so we have something like that. All right, sweet. And then let's also create our mesh maps. Remember mesh maps from last week? We're going to go ahead and do that. So every time you start a new project, you always have to create your mesh maps. So you could make a dummy layer like this, okay? And then go to your texture set settings. If you don't have access to that, it's under Window again, Views, and then Texture Set Settings. Window, Views, Texture Set Settings. But you should have a Texture Set Settings window that's already up. And in here, going to go ahead and bake the mesh maps. So remember bake mesh maps? We're going to go ahead and do that today. So click this bake mesh maps button in your texture set settings tab or window. This time, we're going to use our Stein high, okay, a high version. So let's go to our output size. Remember, we're always working with 2K. Our dilation width, that's frame padding, okay? So from the border or edge of the shell, there's a little bit of a pixel spill, okay? So the more the better, really. 32 is default. You could do half of this, so 16. Minimum is 8. You always have to have some kind of padding, okay? But 16 should be fine. And then, so for the high definition meshes, we're going to use our Stein high. So let's go and path to that. Let's go to our downloads right here, Stein with UVs high, hit open. So to upload that, you want to go ahead and left click on this kind of document looking icon beside this large empty box. Cool. So make sure you have all of these common textures all turned on. So normal, world space ID, AO, curvature, position, thickness. All of that are enabled. And you also want to add a little bit of anti-aliasing. So we covered, slightly covered anti-aliasing last time. So it's just pixel blending, okay? So blending from one pixel to another. We usually want some kind of pixel blending. So subsampling 2x2 should be fine. Anything finer is obviously better. 4x4 or 8x8 is great. 2x2 minimum should be good. So that should be fine. Okay, so we're making mesh maps again because the mesh maps are necessary to use some of the masking techniques, some of the smart material parameters, anything that Substance is using to create your textures automagically. You need the mesh maps to do so. Okay, so with these settings, output size 2K, dilation width 16. You also have your high definition meshes all set up, and then with some anti-aliasing. Then you're gonna go ahead and just click bake selected textures. Okay, so just bake all if you're using the Adobe version. So you should have some kind of feedback happening here. Hit OK.
Well, your computer's faster than mine.
It's all right.
I think I pressed
that could be partly your settings too.
Yeah.
If you're running at a higher speed than your computer can handle.
Yep, it's based on a few things for sure. Mainly
and
the
by
settings.
Speed, I meant resolution. I'm just.
I'm at 85, but I'm done now.
Yeah, you really have to do. It's really no race. It's just like get it done. It becomes a problem when you have a huge set or like a huge character that you gotta generate maps for. That's usually a pain because then you have to wait. I think the longest I've waited was like. I want to say half an hour. Yeah. And because you're now working with multiple UDIMs, right? Giant robot. Now you're doing 4K each UDIM, and then there's like 50 UDIMs. Oh, man. So yeah. No. So that's 50 times 50 per slot. So that's 50 normal maps, 50 world space normal, 50 IDs, 50 ambient occlusion. Oh, my goodness. It's too much. So my file is like 7 gigs after generating all that all the maps. So, yeah, you don't need to do that.
Sorry, which environmental was it on again? Environmental map?
I just picked a neutral one. I chose Studio 5 as just whatever I have here on the screen.
Okay.
So you can choose any, as long as it's white and black, right? So starting from soft 1 fronts, right? Something like that, all the way to Tomoko.
Okay.
Yeah, black and white should be okay. So nothing colored. For example, cave green, cave entry. That one's got a green tint to it, which is not really too ideal, to be honest. Use Studio 2. I like Studio 5. Whichever one you like, really. All right, so let's export this sucker. So let's just say this is your final texture. Ta-da! Okay, let's export this guy. Very easy. Okay, very easy. All you gotta do is go to File. So File menu, and then Export Textures. The shortcut is Control-Shift-E. Control-Shift-E. Export textures. Okay, so now you get your export textures global settings. All right, super easy. Find a directory. So output directory, you're going to choose a directory. Left click on this path to export it to your preferred directory. For me, it's temp. So in here, find a folder, create a folder, up to wherever you want to save it. Save it properly, a place where you can remember. Okay, so find the folder, hit select folder. So that's where you'll export the map. So the maps will end up there. Okay. From your output template, you're going to choose PBR metallic roughness. Okay, pretty straightforward. You should be there, PBR metallic roughness. Okay, you're going to have some PBR versions, but just the simple one, PBR metallic roughness. That's it. Just choose that one. File type will be, what we'll use are TIFFs. Okay, why TIFFs? Because TIFFs allow you to have the maximum resolution, full color, okay, very light file space, nice and compressed, so the space will be file size will be smaller. Okay, and this should be all good. So TIFF, okay, we're gonna stick with 8 bits. Okay, talk about bits next time, but what we need to worry about is where we're gonna export it, with what template, and also what's the file type. Okay, the size should be already set to 2K because it's based on the texture set size, which we've set already. It's at 2K. And then you can just leave this padding at dilation infinite. So meaning you'll have the dilation padding going infinitely, not simply stopping at 32, but going forever until it stops another border. Okay. Cool. That's it.
What's the include all? Do you have to press that?
What was it? Sorry.
Include all, because mine's not highlighted like yours.
Include all. What do you mean?
Top right hand corner, yeah.
This. No, you don't have to hit that. Should be okay. Yeah, you don't have to hit that if that's what you're asking. It should be fine. Yeah.
So you just hit export or what?
Yeah. So from here, you're gonna go ahead and hit export. Before I do that though, I want to show you what you're exporting. So from your settings tab, okay, we're gonna go to the list of exports tab, just to show you what's gonna happen. So currently, this is what's gonna be exported. So your Stein with UVs, and then this here is your shader, and then underscore base color, underscore emissive. So these ones will tell you, the extensions will tell you what map you're exporting, right? So again, it's naming the project, or the object name, or project name, I should say project name or object name, your shader, and then, whatever map you're exporting. All right, so that's it. Hit export. Boom. Quick. So you got 5 maps. We're not using the height and normal, remember? So really, you only did 3. So you have base, roughness, metallic. Okay, so let's locate the
what if you press it twice accidentally?
It's okay. It'll only overwrite it. No problem. Okay, so in my file path, I have my temp here. Squash. Okay, so in my temp, I have let's delete this. I have my maps all set up here. So here's my base color. Here's my height. We don't really need height, so you can delete that. You don't need that for now. The metallic we have here, this is all black, so it's just saying it's not metallic. We have our normal map. This is the one that we generated from our mesh maps. And then you have your roughness value right here. Okay, so let's go ahead and hook this up. So how do you connect the maps to Substance, from Substance Painter to Maya? Super easy. Okay, so let's start with base color. Okay, and we start with base color because it's the easiest. And then I'll tell you something else later. So let's go ahead and select your mug. You can actually select the Stein or mug in the render view. Look, watch, it'll flash. So if you select the background, it'll flash. That just indicates that you're able to select the asset via the render. You could also find it in your outliner, of course. Okay, so in your shader, go to your attribute editor, find your Stein shader, the one that you named. And then find your color swatch right here. Okay, so you have your color swatch. And to the very right of the color swatch, color slider, you have a icon, a checkered icon, okay, with 4 boxes. So go ahead and left click on this checkered icon. So if you hover your mouse over it, it'll say the base color RGB values. If you left click on this icon here, it'll allow you to connect a node to this. So a node that will allow you to drive this particular portion. Okay, so for those who are new to this, I'm going slow, so don't worry. For those who are advanced, just follow along, okay, and take it easy, I guess. So if you click on that, you'll get a floating window, which will allow you to connect a node to this particular shader property. We always want to select file. We don't really need to use other nodes aside from file for now. Okay, this is the most basic way of connecting anything. Usually, you're trying to find an external source, which is a file, connecting it to this node or this parameter. Go ahead and select file. Okay, let's go ahead and find our base color. Okay, base color. So in our temp drive, we have our base color, which is this one. Okay, you'll know it's base color because it has the color on it. And it also should say there in your extension. So base color.tiff. Hit open. Okay. So this is the kind of fun part of this. For me anyway. Every time there's a color, okay, so anything that has color, you always want to set that color space to sRGB. Okay. sRGB. And why that's so is because this is how you want to preview your color from that texture. Okay, so this is just saying that I want to view the color space as color. Okay, this particular map, okay, as this color space, so that I can see it here. So to render now, we just want to go to our Arnold render view, go to render menu, and then click this update full scene. Control U is also your shortcut. So I'm going to take a snapshot to do a difference. So Control U or render update full scene. And then now Maya will think a little bit. It's not going to convert your file, but it's now going to just render it out. Usually it'll try to convert because remember that auto convert TX checkmark that we disabled earlier? We've disabled it now. Okay, so we have our base color connected, and then we're choosing the sRGB color space. Okay, sweet. So we have our base color connected. Awesome. So we've gone from here to here. Great. So we connected our base color. Let's connect our roughness color now. Now this was going to be a little bit tricky. And this is the last thing we're going to do before we go on break. So this one here is going to be a little bit tricky. And why I say this is tricky, because for those who are not used to the shading based or node based shading systems, it's going to be a little bit confusing, but don't worry, I'll explain it. Okay. So if you select your standard surface shader, oops, where is it? Right here, Stein surface shader. So I have Hypershade enabled right now. So let's go ahead and find Hypershade. So Hypershade is this one. Or you want to go to Windows, Rendering Editors, Hypershade. So either way, you can get the Hypershade. So Hypershade is the window that manages all of your shaders. Okay. And what we're going to do is we're going to manually hook up our specular map or roughness map to our roughness slider. Okay, so not the color. Okay, not this one. Okay, so not color, but here, this roughness slider, the one that has 0.5 in it. Okay, so to see your shader on the node browser here, go ahead, select your shader, and then click this input output connections. So select your shader, click this input and output connections. So currently we've got here the shader. So we have a shader, okay? So this is gonna be a little bit, hopefully not confusing at all to some of you. Shows none of this. Yeah, so what it should look like is this. So if you have your property editor, you should have it here. You have your browser. Browser, window browser. But yeah, you should have your other windows here. So what I did was I just deleted all the other windows by going to the windows and just pressing X at the top right to get rid of them. So I only have my browser, which is this one, and my node editor here. Now there's only two windows, right? Browser. So Windows browser, and then your editor should be just here. So the other ones I just deleted. So that's why there's only two windows here. Really, you only need two windows. You don't need the other ones. Because you're able to find the other windows. The other assets via another way, which I could show. But you only need two right now, so you don't need the other ones. Just close them all. Okay. So again, to access all these guys, so to get rid of all of them, just hide them away. Select all of them like this, and then just click this clear graph. It's just this square with all these stars. To clear all of them. Okay, so just to hide that temporarily. You're not deleting it, you're just hiding it. Now to show the properties for the Stein shader, so select your shader like this, and then click the input and output connections. All right. So you can see here that you have your shader, okay, and you have your Stein shading group. Okay, so you don't have to worry about the shading group too much, but just you can see your shader right here. And this is the map that we connected. Okay, so this is the base color that we connected. And then this here is the UVs that's connected to this base color. Okay, and then it's currently, you can see here, out color of this node, base color node. So what this is doing is you're saying that I want to take the color of this and I want you to plug it into the base color of the Stein shader. That's what you're doing here. So essentially, we want to mimic the same thing. We want to take a node like this, okay, to drive Stein and Hypershade. Yeah, because you have to make it there, Leandro. So that's how I have it. I made it earlier. So you can make it right now. So to make it, what you want to do is this. So in your browser here, press Tab on your keyboard. Okay, and then search AI standard surface. You can just search AI standard, and then you can find the AI standard surface right here. So you just left click on that. Okay, so now you've made a shader. There you go. So that's it right there. But before you do anything here, make sure you assign this to your mug. Okay, by selecting your mug in the outliner. So for me, it's right here. So select your mug in the outliner like that. So I went ahead and selected it. And then you can hold right click over this node and then gesture towards 12 o'clock to assign material to viewport selection. That's another way of assigning. There's multiple ways to assign a shader to an object, and that's another way that I showed you there. So again, once you've made the shader, hold right click and then gesture towards 12 o'clock. It'll say assign material to viewport selection, and then you'll just assign that. Okay, but I've already got one assigned to my mug. So the other way is this: select the mug again. Over here in your browser, hold right click over this shader and then gesture at 12 o'clock again and select assign material to selection. So either way, right? Yeah, so you have to assign your shader, this shader here that we make, okay, which is this AI standard surface shader. Okay, so if you close your hypershade, I'm gonna go ahead and close my hypershade here, close my Arnold render view. So select your mug, your Stein, okay, in your viewport. Hold right click. And then at the very bottom of the options, you have assign favorite material. Okay, and then choose surface standard. If you don't have that, then we have to go another way of doing this. The other way is go to your hypershade. So where it is currently. How do I restore all this? The browser window wouldn't even come up. Create. I think my create is like right here. And then there's a material viewer, which I don't know where it's gone. Okay, but anyway, if you have your create window in your hypershade, in here, in your create window, at the top left, you have a search bar. You can search AI standard, that, and then click on it. AI standard surface, left click on it. Like that. Then you can go ahead and assign this material to your object. So same way I did earlier. So select your object, hold right click over the material, and then gesture towards 12 o'clock, assign material to selection. So I showed you like 4 ways there, okay? You have to share your screen now though, if you really want to know what's going on, because I don't know what you're doing, so I need to know why you're not able to kind of follow along there. So please share your screen, that way I can help you out. So to recap, you guys, what we're doing is we're taking a shader, okay, we're applying that to our material. And we always have to do that in order for us to start shading something, okay, for us to start adding color, adding PBR properties, to our object. So that's why we're assigning a shader. So if you are feeling like this is not your strength, or it's still something that you're confused about, like, you and I can chat and we can figure it out, but this should be, at this point, very straightforward. Somebody at this point should have showed you how to assign a material. It shouldn't be an issue, I presume, but if it still is, please talk to me. It's very important that we get this this part fixed. So I'm gonna go ahead and reassign my current, or the previous one that I was working there. The previous shader I was working there, and then I'm gonna go ahead and delete the other ones, so I don't need the other ones there. So selecting my shader here, so it should look kind of like lists, or these shader previews. So there's really two previews in the Hypershade. You can view the shaders as icons, or you can view them as kind of names like this. So up to you which one you want to use. There's also shader sizes you can switch between. So it's ultra small, medium, large. Okay, so it's up to you how you want to arrange, or how you want to view these shaders. You can also view them and sort them by name, sort them by type, sort them by time created. Okay. Anyway, to create a shader, you can go to your node editor. Quickest way is hold tab or press tab on your keyboard and then search the node or shader you want to create. So in our case, to create an AI standard, it would be AI. You would press tab first to get the search query, and then type AI standard surface. You can use your up and down arrow keys to shift through them if you want, and then if you have one that you found that you have highlighted, press enter. Okay, or press tab, search for it, AI standard surface, and then use your mouse to select the shader that you want. So now I've made two there. I'm gonna go ahead and delete these because I don't need these. So I'm gonna select the one I made there. Select the input and output. Okay, so I want to go ahead and get going with the nodes here. Now it's gonna be a little bit tricky, but I'll explain it. So what's happening here is there's two types of node parameters. So here, all of these are inputs, okay? So they're just node parameters, okay? So weight, that's an input. Color, that's an input, okay? Roughness, metalness, all this, they're just inputs, okay? And now there's two kinds. There's one with a swatch, so one with a color swatch like this. So it's pretty common. You'll just see there's a color attached to a slider like this. It's a color swatch. The other one is a value. Okay, so there's only two kinds. There's one with a color swatch, and then there's one with a value. The other one that's very special is just a slot, but that's completely different. Okay. But anyway, all you have to worry about is just there's two kinds. There's the value like this, and then there's one that's a swatch. If you notice here in our Stein shader, there's two colors where you can input. There's the green one, and then there's the red ones. So the red one will allow you to input color. The green ones will allow you to input value. All right, so red for color, green for value. Now, if you want to work with Unreal, I believe they have the same type of system. Like there's basically an indicator telling the artist or the user that whatever you're connecting to will be colored, whatever you're connecting to will be a node or a value. So what's going to be different with connecting our roughness value here is what we're going to do is we need to connect a value to this. We have a problem though, because our map is a color. Our map is not a value. What we currently have is a value in here just by default. Now you're probably asking, well, Harold, why can't we just set a value? We can do that. The problem is when you start painting your values in Substance Painter, you can't paint values. A value is set, right? So it's set at one constant value, which is 0.5. If you want to create a custom value or a custom map attached to this, well, what we have to do is we have to take the map or the color, turn that into a value, and then take that value and plug it to this roughness, this roughness input. All right. So again, we're taking the color, a swatch, okay, and then turning that into an input or a value, and then taking that value and then hooking that up and driving this roughness. Okay. And so the other way is also true. If we want to take a value, convert that into a swatch, which I've rarely done, okay, if not like once. I took I took a value, turned it into a color, and then connected that to a color swatch. Okay, so remember, it's like just connecting. Make sure you're connecting the right type to the right input. Okay, right type to the right input. And if you have to use some kind of converter, okay, then we'll use a converter so then we can properly connect to the right input. Okay, so having said all that, what we want to do is mimic this type of thing right here. So quickest way to mimic this type of thing right here, select the shader, go to the roughness value here with the 0.5, select the icon with checkers on it. Okay, we're gonna look for a file. Okay, so now you have the same thing going here. So let's go ahead and look for our roughness map. Sweet. Select the roughness map. Okay, this time, instead of choosing sRGB, which is a color, our map is currently not colored. It's just simply values, okay? And or black and or white or somewhere in between. So the rule is this. If it has a color, then you want to choose the color space sRGB. If it's black and white, including normal maps, and there's no color in it at all, it's just black and white values or grays in between, you're always choosing the color space raw, okay, which is right here, raw. So to take note, if you're hooking up color, you're always choosing sRGB. If you're hooking up color space that is black and white, and you're choosing raw. So maps that are black and white.
For mine, it's locked.
For the color space?
Yeah. It says sRGB, but it's locked.
It's locked. How is it locked?
Like I just can't click it.
Do you mind sharing your screen? It shouldn't be locked.
Yeah, sure. 1 second.
Yeah, that shouldn't be locked at all.
Sorry, I missed how you made the second node with the file.
I just the same thing I did with the first one.
Can you see this?
I see that, yeah. Can you turn off the auto generate TX? Just below that. So no tiling. I don't understand. Why is it?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Why is it locked? That's really strange, man.
I was gonna bring it up earlier when we were doing the.
But the first one is not. Like the base color is not.
Base color?
Yeah, that one
also.
At the top. Oh. No, that shouldn't be locked. Let's have a look at your color preferences.
Where is that under again?
So go to Windows menu.
Those
settings preferences. The one in the past. Yeah, there you go. Preferences. Go to your color management. So at the top there, you want to enable color management. Okay,
okay.
Yeah, there you go. Hit save.
There we go.
Yeah, that's why. Usually it's a problem with the
honestly,
colors.
I'm not sure what it was ticked on before, but
yeah, it's okay. Now it's all good. So now you could tinker around with it.
Oh, so now I changed this one to
raw.
Raw.
Yeah. There you go. That's it.
This warning anything?
Pardon me?
Warning? It says
no,
that's does not match.
Yeah, just we're gonna fix that. So just ignore that for now.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Okay, last thing, you guys, before we go on break here. So with this guy now floating around, okay, so remember, this is the color node, or color node, I should say, it's a swatch, right? And we need to turn it into a value so we can hook it up to our specular roughness. Okay, we're just gonna create another node in between. So essentially, we're gonna make an adapter that we're gonna insert right here. So then we can convert this color, right? Turn it into a value so that it'll turn into, we can hook it up to this, this input. Okay, so if you select somewhere here in between, I just press tab and look for AI color to float. AI color to float. This is the full name of it. AI color to float. There's a number of nodes that can do this, but this one's the easiest. So that's why we're going to use it. And it's easy to understand. Color to float. So color to node. Color to... They call it float. I don't know why they call it float, to be honest. Engineers. I don't know. They call it float. So anyway, you want to go ahead and left click on that. Okay. What we're going to do is we're going to take the out color, so no longer the alpha, out color of the roughness node. So out color, this one here, we're going to grab that and poke that into the input of the AI color to float. So it's taking this, putting that in here, converting it. We're going to select the AI color to float. We're going to change the mode to something called luminance. Okay, so this is what's happening in the conversion now. Okay, it's going to basically turn this into black and white value, luminance. And then once it's converted, we take the result of this equals, okay, the result of this, and we're going to just plug it and replace this one here, specular roughness. And that's it. Okay, so if you were to kind of recap, we're taking the color, taking the color and plugging that into the input of the AI color to float. And then in the converter, we're choosing the luminance mode, turning this into a value, black and white value. Okay, and then taking that result into the specular roughness. And that's it. All right, and that's it. So there's some important key things. Again, I know right now it's a little bit like, whoa, man. This is a smooth introduction to, I hope smooth anyway, to node-based connections. And if you think about it, it's kind of like a flow, right? You're going from left to right, just like how you would read. You're taking a particular node, an item, color, connecting that to a shader, okay? At least connect it to the proper slots. And I'm telling you where to plug it, okay? Just follow me for now, where to plug it. So the color would plug to base color. The red ones indicate a color swatch. The green ones indicate a value or a float, they call it. That's the term. And you should get a result. So in this case, what we're going to do is we're going to take the color, convert that into a float or a value, and then take that value and poke it into the specular roughness slider. Okay, so let's go ahead and render that, and that should be it for now. So let's go ahead and render this. So go to render, in your Arnold render view, render update full scene. So it should think a little bit longer just because this is a new map. And now it's considering both maps, the base color and the roughness. So it should take a little longer. So now you can see there that it's not as shiny anymore, right? So it's going from this shiny to that because this one is set at 0.8, remember? In Substance Painter. So that's 0.5, that's 0.8, this one. So obviously this is shinier, this one's more rough. Cool. Any questions? Okay, no questions.
Pretty straightforward.
Okay, good. Again, if you're having issues or you want to go back, please refer to the recording, and or we can cover it after the break. But when we get back, what we're gonna do is, I'll show you how to convert the TXs. Also, we're gonna connect the metalness, and then I'll get you guys to just texture the Stein. So that should open up, a time for questions, or if you want me to repeat anything. But yeah, we're gonna do that. We're gonna do a short demo of like how to texture. I mean, you know already texture already. You've done the frog, so this is essentially the same thing. The only difference is we're now taking the maps, exporting it, connecting it into Maya from Substance Painter. Okay, so we'll be back at, what is that, 25? 25 after? Yeah, 25 after. Okay, so yeah, prepare your questions if you have any. We'll be back 25 after.
All right. See you soon.
Yeah, we'll see you guys in just a little bit here. All right, just getting back here. Still a couple things I want to do before I let you guys just texture away on this. Also, a reminder, if you have not submitted your assignment from last week, please do so. And the week before that, if you're part of that group that have not submitted their assignments for the room lighting, please hand that in as well as soon as possible.
I'm just kind of working on that right now.
Cool. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and start here, you guys. So the last thing we want to do is go ahead and hook up the metallic shader, or sorry, the metallic map that we've gone ahead and exported. So it's the same deal when it comes to the metallic. Okay. The metallic here, the metalness slider, or the metalness inputs and property is right here, which corresponds to, if you select the shader in the properties, corresponds to this particular slider right here, metalness. So the same thing, what we're going to do, I'm going to show you a different way of doing it, but essentially it's the same connection right here. So if you press tab on your keyboard, select file or type file to search for a file. And this type, you're going to look for file and then in close and open close brackets texture. So go ahead, file and then texture, not stencil or projection, but texture. So you press enter, you select it. So now you have that same thing going on here, you know, in comparison to here. So we have our file node, and it's the third file that we've imported. This one's file 1, this is 2, and this is 3. So if you select the node here, you could go ahead and select the search box, okay, or the search folder here. Look for the metallic map that we've gone ahead and exported. Hit open. Okay, so remember a metallic map, or so everything else is black and white aside from the base color. So the base color is special because when you're changing its color space, it's always going to be sRGB. But everything else is black and white. So metallic, roughness, normal map, if you're going to do any other map, okay, they will be black and white unless, again, there is a color attached to it. So the metallic map will have to be using a raw color space. Raw color space. Okay. Okay, so now we have our node with our color space set. Okay, now we just need this, the AI color to float. So let's go ahead and press tab again to do a search query. Search for AI color to float. Okay, so I'm using my arrow keys to select and highlight my options here, but pressing enter when you've highlighted the option you like. So same thing here, take the out color, okay, of this out color into the input of the converter. Select the converter. We're going to change the mode from average to luminance, so that will take it into sort of a value type node. And then it'll take the out value of this, and let's go ahead and plug this to the metalness. Okay, so that's the same thing that's going on there. Go ahead and render. So if we render this is not going to make a difference. So let's go ahead and render update full scene to refresh the entire scene here. You'll not see of a difference here because our metalness is set to 0. So there is nothing here. But when we go ahead and texture this guy and re-export our maps, we're going to create a variation. So the brace around the mug will be metallic, and then everything else will be wooden, right? So we will not be, so we will be using that metallic portion of the shader, right? So it's exact same, no difference. Okay, the last thing I want to hook up. So we've hooked up our base color, we've hooked up our specular roughness, our roughness map, we've hooked up our metalness map. Okay, the last thing we want to hook up is the normal map, and that should give us the definition that is very similar to what we've got here in Substance Painter, right? So all this kind of wooden grooves and wooden details, that'll all be transferred to here just by using a normal map. So let's go ahead and go to the shader. Now the normal map lives under here. Under the geometry dropdown, you have two options. You have bump mapping and anisotropic tangent. You don't worry about the second option. Don't worry about the anisotropic tangent. Worry about the bump mapping. Okay, so in here, this one's very special because this is just a slot. So what this essentially is saying is that there's an empty path for this, and so there's nothing hooked up to it. Let's go ahead and hook something up. go ahead and left click on this checkered icon again. Okay, so again, we're gonna go ahead as usual, choose a file. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead, hit file. And okay, so now when you hit file, you see here that in your Stein shader, you have some nodes connecting to your shader. So the output or final of this, whatever's going on here, is connecting here to your normal camera, and that's what this bump mapping is. Okay, so it's connecting to your normal camera. Why is it not called bump mapping? I'm not too sure, actually. So as it should have been corresponding, normal camera should be, you know, bump mapping. But if you're looking at bump mapping, normal camera, you see the term. Those are just interchangeable terms, so you won't get confused. Okay, so what's the output of this, or what's connected to the normal camera or bump mapping, is this bump 2D node. So essentially, this is the converter. So we were talking about converters earlier, right? So we have our file that we're going to hook up the normal map in. So we're going to go ahead and path the normal map here. Let's go ahead and path it now. That way you guys can see that it's easily hooked up. It's very similar to what we literally just did in the first 3. So find your normal map. It's right here. Hit open. So for the color space, this one, it looks kind of deceiving because it's color blue, but normal maps is actually made up of 3 different channels. So you have the red channel, which has a different light direction, a green channel that has a different light direction, blue channel. Now, if that's all too much, just don't worry about that. All you have to remember is that normal maps are also black and white images. They're considered as black and white, and they carry no color. The only reason why they're turning blue is because there's values in each of those channels that have variation, creating the look of the color blue. It's not color blue, okay? So it's just different channels that have different value ranges. That's why they're color blue, but it isn't. It's just black and white. So let's go ahead and choose the color space raw for this one as well, okay? Because it's not considered as a color map. Okay, now going back to this converter that we talked about earlier, this one's called the bump 2D node. Which what happens then is the color map that we hooked up to this, or the map, I should say color map, I should say just the map, the black and white map that we connected to this, is coming in here, becoming converted, and then it's being converted as one of these. So either bump, something called tangent space normals, and object space normals. Something that we use for normal maps all the time is called tangent space normals, which meaning if there's any information around the normal or some detailing around the normal of this particular single asset, translate it right to this shader, okay, based on the map that we hooked. Okay, so if that's just too much, all you gotta do is remember bump 2D, okay, and then change the use as from bump to tangent space normals because we're using a normal map. Okay. Awesome. So tangent space normals being driven by this map. Okay. And that's it. Okay. So let's go ahead and try to render this out now. So this is our current one. Okay. Let's go ahead and render and see what happens. Okay. So you can see now there's some detailing, right? I do have a problem a little bit though, because we gotta fix the normal maps. It looks kind of inverted. So to fix this, you want to go to the bump 2D node, select the bump 2D node, expand your Arnold drop down in this attribute. What you want to do is you want to disable this flip green channel. Okay, so if you disable F or flip green channel or G channel, let's try to render this out. Honestly, hard to tell the difference. let's try to update the full scene again. It's the same.
I don't even have those options.
Oh, it's just
it worked for me. If you flip the R channel, also.
Sorry.
Okay, let's try to flip the R channel. It shouldn't flip the green. Okay, let's see. Let's flip the green. Let's flip the green and let's invert the R. Ah, so it's just the R. Why is it flipping the R? Why is it flipping the R? Yeah, because the R looks correct.
The UV map, maybe.
Yeah, maybe it's the UV map, but I doubt. No, but the no, it's correct. I'll have to look into that. But I'm gonna try another alternative. So you guys saw the first way. The second way is this. I'm just gonna go ahead and replace this converter. Okay, I'm gonna replace it with the Arnold one. Okay, so the Arnold one is this. Press tab to search to do a search query. Search for AI normal map. AI normal map. Okay, so I'm gonna use my arrow keys to select one. Press enter. All right, so this one's gonna be essentially the same thing. I'm just gonna replace this, but this one's just the Arnold normal map node. So let's take the out color and then put it into the input. Okay, we don't have to delete this one yet. So I'm just gonna do a comparison here. Take the out color, put in the input. Take the out value and then put that into the normal camera. Okay, so this is not going anywhere, so don't worry about that. It's going to nowhere, right? Not connected to anything. And then this is the one that we're using now. This is the converter now that we're using. So here, it's easier to switch and flip the RGB. It's just the term here is a little bit different. It's X, Y, Z. Okay, so X is R, Y is G, Z is B. So up to you how you want to think about it. And let's see if this renders. See, this renders properly. Wait, let's see. Render, update full scene. Yeah, so it might just be the bump 2D node. And that's why it's going crazy here. So let's go ahead and try to invert the X. See how that will look. Yeah, so that shouldn't be happening. So it seems like the issue lies on the actual bump 2D node itself. And we should be getting clean results, very similar to what we've got there in Substance. So, so yeah. So it's just a bump 2D node. So that's what it should look like. All right. So you can see now we've hooked up all our maps. If you're confused in any way regarding connecting the maps, ask me. Look back at the recording. If your colleagues can help you as well, and you're more comfortable asking them, I don't know why you would be, but if you are, ask them. No problem. As long as you get the job done and you understand what's going on. And so this is sort of like an intro to the whole node-based connection thing. It's a little bit too much. I gave a lot of information today. If you've got any questions, again, let me know.
And still looks a bit shiny.
Do you have what do you have hooked up on the roughness?
The roughness. Have the AI float connect to file 2.
What's the color of your map? Is it like what was the value that you exported from Substance Painter?
Check. Oh, maybe I had it too shiny on Substance.
Yeah, because if it's set at 0.3, or 0.4, it would be shiny, yes.
Okay, that's my problem.
There you go. So all you got to do is re-export, and then you should be good to go.
Okay.
Okay, so let's go back to, so this is all good. So if you're, if you want to take a screenshot or something like that, now is a good time. So I'm gonna let you guys kind of take a screenshot of this if you're interested. Yeah, so that's what it is right there, all framed up. This is how you're supposed to have it all hooked up. You can even change and arrange these guys a little bit so it's just easier to understand. Okay, so this connects to base color. This connects to metalness. This connects to specular roughness. And we don't need the bump 2D anymore, so we can just disconnect that and get rid of this. And this connects to the normal map. Okay, so it's just taking a file and then connecting that to the shader. Okay, and connecting that to the inputs that we have available in here. We're only connecting 4. Okay. If you want to have a look at what's going on here, now's a good time to kind of take a screenshot too. And it's of course it's available there in the recording, so you can have a look at that. Hang on a second, I'm gonna move it to the right a little. There you go. That's better. Now the last step would be, like, ideally, what you'll have to do is rename all of these. Rename all of these guys. Rename it to the appropriate thing. So, for example, this would be like metalness file or something like that. You can change these. So if you press 5 on your keyboard, see these names changing? It's just the preview name. So again, that's number 5 on your keyboard. You can actually switch through the file name and or sort of like the automatic name that Arnold gives you. So file name to node name to no name. All right, so let's go ahead and close this guy and kind of leave this as is. Now's a good time to save. Let's go back into Substance. So here, we're gonna go ahead and build the rest. And remember that we have a Stein PNG that is available for you here. So let's go ahead and drag and drop that into my pure ref. So here's our kind of target look. Okay, so there's our base color. Let's create the brace. So I'm gonna add a new layer. Call this one brace or something. Color is your height. Let's get rid of height and normal. Maybe make our base color brighter. Maybe. So we want this one fairly shiny, so 0.2 should be good. And obviously it's metallic, so 0.8. Seems like 0.8 is pretty good, though this might be too shiny, so we might have to broaden the spec a little bit. So 0.4. Yeah, okay, 0.4. Okay, so check this out. This is why I set up the UVs like this. If I went to my 2D and 3D view, which is F1 on the keyboard. So I'm gonna get rid of the shelf there just for show. Okay, so here's what's going on. So here's a 2D view and here's the 3D view. So you can see here, I have my metal parts here, and I have my wooden parts here. Okay, so I want to go ahead and do a black mask. So let's go ahead and create a black mask, and I want to go ahead and hide everything. So now if I press 4 on my keyboard, that will allow me to use my polygon fill, essentially a paint bucket tool, as we talked about before, I think. And then using the paint bucket tool, you can choose to fill either the triangles. So in your properties now, so check out your properties window. You can choose a triangle fill. You can choose a polygon fill. You can choose a mesh fill or a UV chunk fill. So a mesh fill will just fill the whole object. Polygon will just fill a polygon. Triangle will just fill a half a polygon. Okay. If you want to do a UV chunk, so meaning you can select a UV island like this, select it, and then it'll fill the whole thing with just that material. You can do the same thing with the one below, so like this. So now, if I go back to brush mode, I can see the fact that like all my borders have been filled. Okay. Now this is kind of what's nice if you separate your islands properly. Okay. Based on material. So separate your islands based on material. And you can easily just fill your material like that. Right.
Sorry, I fell a little behind. How did you select the fill tool again?
So you press 4 on your keyboard.
Okay.
Yeah. And then after that, so make sure you select your mask first, I mean.
Yep.
Yeah, and then press 4 on your keyboard. All right. And then in your properties, you should have your properties now, or some options for the fill bucket or the polygon fill tool. So I used the UV chunk fill mode. Okay. You can use the mesh fill. If you use the mesh fill, it'll just fill the whole object. If you use the polygon fill, it'll just, fill a polygon. You can also do marquee select and fill as well if that's something that you're interested in doing.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Yeah, it's all good. And then likewise with the triangle, But I rarely use the triangle, but I always use the mesh and or UV chunk fill. It just depends on how you ended up separating your objects. Okay. So from here, it's pretty straightforward. You just go ahead and texture. You already done the frog last week. So this one should be a piece of cake. Because this one here will just require you to make maybe 5 hue shifts. So the darkest would probably be this dark brown here. The lightest would probably be the yellow. And then there's maybe 2 or 3 in-betweens, right? 2 or 3 in-between values to create that kind of a bark texture. So, why not do a tiny demo? Okay, make folders, remember. So wood. This one's called metal. So I want to put the metal on top, so it'll always be on top of everything. And then my wood here, my wood texture, can just be inside this folder. And it's just below the metal. So anything I do here wouldn't affect the metal parts. So let's make a fill layer. Let's isolate the color, turn everything off. In this case, I want to go ahead, color sample, maybe dark red like that. Call this one crease, and black mask. Okay, I'm gonna go back to 3D mode only, and then bring back my shelf. Let's go to the brushes, and let's go find a charcoal brush, maybe. Chalkbold. Charcoal. I like this charcoal. Natural. Maybe I can reduce the opacity and flow a little bit. It gives us a little bit more kind of realism to this.
Do they have a glaze? Can you put glaze or satins or semi-glossies on top? Like clear coats to make it shiny in spots and duller in others.
Oh yeah. So you'll just be editing your roughness value, right? For each layer. So say if you want a certain color to be a bit more shinier, you enable your roughness map and then go ahead and make that shinier. So set that to like 0.2, 0.1, right? It just depends on which parts you want to be shiny.
Also, like the top of the cup, you just like touch it with white and give it a shine as a layer.
Yep, you could do that. So for example, here, I'll just make a roughness layer here. I'll just make an empty layer here, right? Fill layer. Turn everything off except roughness, and then make this one pretty shiny. So something like that, right? And then I can create a black mask. So from here, I can just I can, right, start painting. You see how that's shiny there now?
Yeah, that's reverse, and that's perfect.
Yep. So that's kind of like what I'm doing there. So you isolated the roughness, right, only in this particular layer, and then call this one like, I don't know, like water or something. So that'll give it a little bit of depth. This chalk natural has a auto rotation or some kind of jitter. I don't like the texture too much, so I might just turn it off. Find like an in-between orange or let's do the highlight. Highlight, black mask. All right. So what's nice about this is, let's say you did your work or whatever, I could just go to my file and then export textures, and just go ahead and save. Since all this stuff is saved already, and you have it all set up already, all of this will be ready to go. So you've done it once, you've exported once, it saves it automatically. So bottom right, go ahead and export that. So once you've exported this, all your maps in here should also update. Okay, so let's go ahead and and go to my Arnold render view in Maya, and then render. Since all of my maps are already hooked up, it's just sourcing to that one file, right? It'll just overwrite all the time. And let's go ahead, if I update full scene now, I'll get the result immediately like this. So that's why it's so cool to just like set it up first, do all the lighting, everything first, okay? And then fire it up, okay? Have it all ready to go like this. And then when you're just texturing, just texture away, and then export your file simply. Once again, if you did it correctly the first time, it should hook up like so. Okay, so that's what you ended up working on in Substance, right? And that's what it is there in Maya. So who was it that had a question? Was it, who was it? Is it Daniel or who was it? The one that asked me for help in the beginning of class.
Yeah, that was me. I think I kind of figured it out. I think I've been having to crank the exposure to like stupid high. So I think that's it. But yeah, it's kind of giving it a little bit of blowout. So I'm just kind of tinkering around with it. But I suppose my exposure was just a little too low on it. But I thought it was safe to keep kind of around 5 or 6. But I've been having to like crank it up to like 10, 15.
Yeah, so that should be relatively normal to crank it up that high because of the scale of the asset. So if it's small, if you have an asset that's much smaller, then 5 would be fine. But it's okay to have it around 15 to 20. You know, whatever works for whatever you're doing, really. But you want to get past 10 and then above.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Thanks so much, Harold.
Oh, no worries, Daniel.
You only want us to texture the one side or both sides of the mug?
Both sides, please.
Okay.
Yeah, like spend the rest of the class just texturing it, right? Like if you can finish the whole thing, you know, maybe 30 minutes after class, then that should be fine. I'm giving you about an hour, so that should be plenty. But what's important is you have it all hooked up already, okay? And then just go ahead and texture. So what you'll end up submitting next week are renders, okay? So the renders in Maya file, and as well as the substance file. So. before we head out here? Any questions?
Do you mind if we do the logo on it?
Nope, I don't mind.
Okay.
Yeah, other people have gone creative with it. Like they would add grunge and stains here and there, and they would add more personality to the mug. So feel free to do that. Yeah, if there's nothing else, you guys, we can close off here. Just looking at the chat and the live feed, but it seems like nothing. Everybody seems to know what they need to do. It's pretty straightforward task, to be honest. It's just the first part is a bit challenging, just to introduce everybody to the whole node-based texturing, or sorry, node-based shading and hooking all that up. So that takes a while to introduce. Awesome. Okay, so we'll see you guys next week.
Thanks, Harold. See you next week.
Yeah,
Thanks,
see you guys
See you next week.
Thank you.
Thank you. And enjoy the rest of your week, you guys.
Yeah.
You too.
Bye.